in 2026 and beyond. You are most welcome, sir, to this ceremony of crowns. Mama, you are most welcome. The First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, and all our leaders. You can see that is the yellow. That is the pattern that has led this country to steady progress, to accelerated progress. And we are now moving to the middle. I want us to remain standing. That is the vibe that welcomes a sole candidate. I will now invite ourselves to stand up to the national anthems. Let's have our prayer by Honorable Mike Kennedy Sebalu. You can come and lead us in prayer.
Uganda is a God-fearing country, and so is the NRM party. And that's why our motto is, for God and my country. May I invite you to remain upstanding as we have a word of prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the officers of leaders and this conference for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants whom you have pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those for whose interest you have committed to their church. And all the delegates said, Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mike Kennedy Sebalu. We can all have our seats. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and Mama, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Alupo Jessica Epel, the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Annette Anita Among, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, the first National Vice Chairman of the NRM, Right Honorable Alhaj Moses Chigongo, the second National Vice Chairperson of NRM, Right Honorable Alitwala Rebecca Kadaga, the Prime Minister of Uganda, Mama Robina Nabanja, the Deputy Prime Ministers, members of the Central Executive Committee, the visiting delegations, cabinet ministers, members of the diplomatic corps, former leaders of Uganda and former leaders of the National Resistance Movement, the members of Parliament, all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the National Delegates Conference, you are most welcome to this national conference. Your Excellency and Chairman of the party, allow me, before you officially open, there is a precursor to that. We are going to have an opening act that is laying our logo by the Ndele troop, which is already in position, so that we can start the process. Let's have the team undertaking that exercise. It symbolizes a fair play act. You can see all the cultural dances are being performed under one tune, and that symbolizes the unity that the chairman of the National Resistance Movement has labored to build in this country. When you see all cultural dances being performed at the same time, it speaks to the unity that this country is enjoying today. That is the symbolism of showing that as a country we have never been united as we are today. From all corners of Uganda, all our cultural dances, our cultural acts are being performed under this one tune. Under one tune, you can see the Akalimajong dance being performed in that tune. You can see the Chisoga dance. You can see La Kalaka being danced. You can see the Lunyege being danced. You can see Nankasa being danced, Back Simba and the rest. you can see all the dancers from Western Uganda. You can see from West Nile, the dancers, the cultural dancers, all in one tune. All dancers, cultural dancers from the East, all cultural dancers from the West, all cultural dancers from the Central region, all cultural dancers from Northern Uganda. They are being performed at the same time and under one tune. And that symbolizes that the leader of the revolution has led us in unison. Your Excellency, that's testament to the work you have done over the years to bring us together as Ugandans.
There's some pictures.
You have brought us together, guided by the four core principles of the NRM: Pan-Africans, patriotism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. And the media, you can give us some time so that the president can see how the NRM flag is being laid. Symbolizing that together with all Ugandans from different parts of the country have come together to build the peace, the stability, the progress, the development that we are enjoying and we shall continue to enjoy under the leadership of General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. As we conclude this opening act, Your Excellency, allow me to welcome the members to the first meeting of the 4th National Conference of the NRM. We want to welcome all the delegates from across the country. But sir, we want to thank you for ensuring that this happens. We want to welcome the members of the diplomatic corps. We have the High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda, the High Commissioner of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the Ambassador of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, the Ambassador of the Republic of the Sudan, the Ambassador of the Republic of Burundi, the Ambassador of the State of Libya, the Ambassador of the Republic of South Sudan, the Ambassador of the Republic of Cuba, the High Commissioner of the Republic of South Africa, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation, the Ambassador of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, and many others are joining us. And the Secretary General will also be introducing the visiting delegations of all of the revolutionary parties from Africa that have joined us here. Allow me, sir, before I go any further, to thank you for making this happen, to thank the Central Executive Committee for laying the oversight role. We want to thank the Secretary General of the NRM and the entire team for making this happen. We want to thank the Secretary General who has led us day and night to ensure that everything moves on well. We want to thank the organizing committee that has ensured that everything is done very perfectly. But most importantly, we want to thank you, the delegates, that have ensured that you come here, you have traveled from your places to reach this place to complete this exercise that started on the 6th of May when we were starting election of the party structures. Allow me to also introduce the High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya, the Ambassador of the Bolivian and Republic of Venezuela. They are all here with us. Having done that, Your Excellency, allow me to request you, sir, to call the meeting to order. To call the meeting to order as we go through the program. The program will start with you calling the meeting to order, and then the Secretary General will be invited here to give the report. First of all, to read the notice, but also the report of the National Executive Council, and then we proceed, sir.
Hello. Hello, how are you, all of you?
We are fine, Your Excellency.
Kopango.
Kope.
Idioma Bell. Yoga. Mata. Ingonia. Ebinyera. Murimutia. Murokurungi. Mwebarokwisha. Bwabukire. Kapuchorwa Kaitabon. Mulembe Muriena bamasaba. Wanyala kimirimu. Habari yinyi wote. You are most welcome. I now call the meeting to order.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me now invite the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, Right Honorable Richard Todong Awany. Your Excellency, we want to thank him. He has led us very well to bring this together and to ensure that we work in unison. He has not slept for 2 weeks. He has been moving to Kololo and in Akawa and everywhere, day and night. We want to thank him for his unwavering commitment, for his steadfastness, for bringing all of us together. We want to thank in a special way the National Treasurer of the National Resistance Movement, Ambassador Barbara Nekesa Oundo, and we shall request her to stand for recognition. She has not slept for 2 weeks too. So Your Excellency, Right Honorable Richard Todong, you are most welcome.
NRM oye! Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the first National Vice Chairman of the party, Alhaji Moses Chigongo, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the First Deputy Prime Minister, our invited guests, we shall be introducing you fully, but for recognition, Your Excellency, we invited comrades from other African revolutionary parties. We have here comrades from Burundi, comrades from Rwanda, from South Africa, Kenya, from South Sudan, from Venezuela, from the Federal Republic of Russia, from China, from Sahrawi Republic, and so on. We shall be recognizing them fully. We've also invited our comrades, political parties in Uganda under the umbrella of IPOD. I saw the Secretary General of Uganda People's Congress, and I'm sure the other Secretary Generals of other parties are here. Mr. Chairman and members, allow me to read the notice of the first meeting of the 4th National Conference of the National Resistance Movement. The notice states that the first meeting of the 4th National Conference of the National Resistance Movement will be held under the theme, Building a Shared Prosperity as we Safeguard the Future. This notice was issued on the 27th of August, 2025, and speaks of the conference running from the 27th to the 28th of August at Kololo Independent Ceremonial Ground. The notice continues to say, the conference will receive the following for their consideration, which shall also constitute the agenda of the meeting. There will be a keynote address by the national chairman of the party. There will be presentation of the Right Honorable Secretary General's report. There will be presentation of names of recommended persons from the National Executive Council who are standing for elections to the following positions in the Central Executive Committee of the party. These positions are the National Chairman, the first National Vice Chairman, the second National Vice Chairperson female, the sixth Vice Chairperson representing the regions of Uganda, which are Eastern Region, Central Region, Northern Region, Western Region, Kampala, and Karamoja. On number 4 of the notice, it states there will be campaigns by nominees in item 3, as mentioned above, and there will be subsequent elections. Item 5, the notice states the conference will receive and pass resolutions regarding which persons have been elected to the offices enumerated in agenda item number 4 above. Item 6 of the notice, the conference will receive the names of the persons who have been recommended by the National Executive Committee to be elected as the presidential candidate of NRM, for the presidential candidate of NRM in the 2026 presidential election. The conference will receive and pass resolutions regarding which persons have been duly elected as the presidential candidate for NRM in the 2026 presidential elections. And thereafter, the conference will receive an address by the elected 2026 presidential flag bearer, and we shall close the conference through singing of anthems and adjournment. The notice was signed by Yoweri Kaguta Tibahura Museveni, who is the national chairman of the National Resistance Movement. It was signed on the 26th of July 2025. Your Excellency, allow me to read to the conference the resolution of the National Executive Council, which was held on the 23rd of August 2025. Your Excellency, with your permission, I request that I read this resolution in two parts. The part that recommends candidates to the conference, I will read at the time when we are handling issues of elections. But nevertheless, I will read the resolutions and forward all these names, and I'll request the NRM Chairman Electoral Commission to come forward as we prepare to put the fundamental questions to the conference. Report, recommendations, and resolutions of the National Executive Council to the National Conference of the National Resistance Movement of its meeting held on the 23rd of August 2025. Whereas we members of the National Executive Council of the National Resistance Movement, having met in a cordial session at Entebbe on Saturday, the 23rd August 2023, and whereas we have received the inspiring address of the National Chairperson, reflecting our historical and revolutionary tradition of the struggle, as well as projecting into the future of transformed and united Africa, and having listened attentively to the report of the Secretary General of the relentless organizational journey of the movement, conscious of our duty to members of the movement and the people of Uganda, and keeping in mind the urgency of all the matters discussed and the need to take corrective measures, hereby resolves as follows. Number one, to warmly recommend to the National Delegates Conference the adoption of the inspiring address of the National Chairperson as a strategic visionary document of the movement, reflecting our revolutionary past and a transformed future of a united Africa. Two, to warmly recommend to the National Delegates Conference adoption of the report of the Secretary General as an operational working document of the movement. Number three, to strongly condemn criminality, bribery, and any kind of electoral malpractices, and further to endorse the urgent investigation of reports of the hiding of delegates who are supposed to participate in elections of the conference. Number four, to place on record that we have evaluated candidates for the positions of the NRM Presidential Flag Bearer, National Chairperson, the first National Vice Chairperson, the second National Vice Chairperson representing female, Vice Chairpersons representing the East, Central, North, West, Kampala, Karamoja and Karamoja region, to recommend to the National Conference the following candidates for elections as the NRM presidential flag bearer, the NRM national chairperson, the first national vice chairperson, second national vice chairperson female, vice chairpersons representing Eastern Uganda, Central Uganda, Northern Uganda, Western Uganda, Kampala, and Karamoja regions, and the NRM presidential flag bearer as indicated in the list below. NRM oye! Number 1, the National Executive Council strongly recommended His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as an opposed chairperson of the National Resistance Movement. I will invite the chairman, NRM Electoral Commission, to come and put these questions because these are still elective issues. Number 2, the National Executive Council strongly endorsed and recommended His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as the NRM presidential flag bearer for 2026 general election. And in that, he also scored unopposed. Number 3, the National Executive Council recommended the first national vice chairperson for the National Resistance Movement Party, who was recommended unopposed. And this was none other than Alhaji Moses Chigongo. Before I move for other positions, I request that the chairman, NRM Electoral Commission, should come and put the questions for the conference to accept this endorsement through a voice voting. Mr. Chairman, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Secretary General. Your Excellency, the President of Uganda and the Chair of the NRM Party, our mother, Mama Your Excellency and delegates, allow me say the candidate, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has successfully passed through the following stages in our electoral process. 1, he expressed interest in person by coming for forms and paying the expression of interest fee of 20 million shillings. 2, he came for nomination we also presented him, among other candidates, to the Central Executive Committee, where he was again endorsed unopposed. We later presented him to the National Executive Council, where he was again endorsed for the 2 positions as unopposed. Now, therefore, the NRM Electoral Commission wants to put the question to the National Delegates Conference for your endorsement. Endorsement will be in the form of accepting, and you stand, shout, and celebrate the way you can. Members of the National Delegates Conference, I have the honor to present to you the person and the candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa for your endorsement as chairman of the NRM party. Those in favor, stand up, hands up, say aye. To the contrary, no. I've not heard the echo. Those in favor, stand up and say aye. To the contrary, no. Second, or number two, on behalf of the NRM Electoral Commission, I now present the candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, who said through unopposed for presidential flag bearer for the NRM party to the National Delegate Conference. Those in favor, stand up, say aye. To the contrary, no. The echo, they have not heard. Those in favor, say aye. To the contrary, no. For both positions, the first national vice commission wants to do the second process. The processes we mentioned for the president and chairman of the party involved the first national vice chairperson of the party. At express of interest level and at nomination, the candidate for this position, unopposed, was and is Alhaji Moses Chigongo. The commission now presents the same candidate, Alhaji Moses Chigongo, for the position of the first national vice chairperson to the National Delegates Conference for endorsement as an electoral process. And the question is, those in favor, stand up, say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
For avoidance of doubt, those in favor, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ayes have it. And for those two positions,
NRM oye! Congratulations, Your Excellency, for attaining these noble positions for the party. We love you so much. We thank you. And we thank Mama Janet for always interceding on behalf of the party and keeping you strong. May God keep protecting you. We equally congratulate the first national vice chairperson, Alhaji Moses Chigongo. Dear delegates, for the other positions, which is item 4 on the recommendation, the position of the second national vice chairperson, NEC recommends 2 candidates to the conference. These are 1, the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga; 2, the Right Honorable Annette Among. For the position of Vice Chairperson Northern, NRM oye! For the position of Vice Chairperson Northern, NEC recommends 3 candidates. These are Right Honorable Daniel Fred Chidega, 2, Honorable Obua Dennis Amson, 3, Honorable Sam Ingola. For the position of Vice Chairperson Karamoja, the following are recommended to the conference by NEC. 1, Mr. Loki John Baptist. 2, Mr. Achila John Robert Rex. 3, Mr. Johnson Ngorok. And 4, Mr. Loki Abrams. For the position of Vice Chairperson Central, NEC recommends the following. Number 1, Kalisa Kalangwa Moses. 2, Mr. Chezwa Akim. 3, Mr. Sewava Mukasa Joseph Semakula. 4, Sube. 5, Honorable Cheyune Aruna Kasolo. For the position of Vice Chairperson Kampala, NEC recommends the following. 1, Honorable Katongole Singh. 2, Mr. Salim Saj Uru. 3, Mr. Bukenya Collins Andrew. For Vice Chair, following names. 1, Miss Mariam Naigaga. 2, Honorable Mike Mukula. 3, Mr. Eshodo David Calvin. For the position of Chairperson Western Region, NRM oye! For the position of Chairperson Western Region, NEC recommends the following candidates. Number 1, Mr. Bwenje Leoben Mwanji. 2, Mr. Asimwe Jonat. 4, Mr. Kamuganga Dick Nwamanya. Number 5, Mr. Bioranga Barich Enoch. Number 6, Mr. Atoya Innocent. Number 7, Mr. Honorable Mawanda Michael Maranga. And number 8, Honorable Baromisi Chris. This resolution of NEC was passed on the 23rd of August 2025. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move and I request that I hand over the meeting to your chair as you guide us forward. Our dignitaries and invited guests, You're most welcome. We shall introduce you properly and accordingly. Thank you so much.
I now request the first chairperson to make some comments and then invite me.
As the first national vice chairman makes a move forward, I need to thank him so much. He has been our immediate supervisor at the party secretariat. He still holds the historical original methods of work of the NRA. Very punctual, very open-minded, and very frank with his word. Aji, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, Mama Janet Museveni, the First Lady, the Vice President of Uganda, the Speaker of Parliament and the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, all of you, the big people who are here. Allow me, Your Excellency, first of all, to congratulate you for having gone through the nomination, Prime Minister. All of you, the big people who are here, allow me, Your Excellency, first of all, to congratulate you for having gone through the nomination and all the process you have gone through. Congratulations, Your Excellency. My dear delegates, I'm very, very happy, and I thank you very much for what you have done ever since you came here. Thank you for giving us a chance to continue working for this country. I really thank you very, very much for the support you have given me. And I can assure you, we are not going to let you down. We are going to work very hard to make sure the movement takes over everything. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, today it's your day, and I don't want to waste a lot of time here. I will go straight to the point. I've given a chance to invite you to come and address the delegates. Let me take this opportunity to invite you, Your Excellency, to come and address the delegates.
I thank you so much, Her Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, all the Vice Chairpersons of the NRM, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Secretary General of the NRM, members of SEC, members of NEC, and members of the National Conference. First of all, I thank you for again putting trust in me to be your chairman of the NRM for the period 2026, 2025, 2031. Thank you so much. I also thank you very much for electing me as your flag bearer for the presidential contest. For the presidential contest for the position of President of Uganda for 2026-2031. I congratulate the Honorable Alhaji Moses Chigongo for being elected by you unopposed. Thank you so much. Honorable Moses Chigongo is a senior cadre of the NRM, has worked for the NRM for a very long time, since 1980. Now for these conferences, I have written a speech in a booklet form, which they are going to distribute to you now, of 36 pages. If I try to read it verbatim, you may die here, because it is long. Therefore, I will pick highlights from this booklet here. When I am talking about Uganda, I normally cover more than 1,000 years of this part of the world. Some people make a mistake and talk about Africa as if it did not exist until the Europeans came here to colonize our ancestors. We were here long, long ago. We have been here for 4.5 million years. But I normally speak about the last 1,000 years. However, in this booklet, I start the story at independence, 1962. When Uganda got independence, after the British had been here for 68 years. At that time, our society here had been partially annexed to the British colonial system in a small way. And we are known as an economy of the 3 C's and the 3 T's. The 3 C's were cotton, coffee, and copper. And the 3 T's were tobacco, tea, and tourism. With these 6, you had a small enclave economy of money surrounded by a sea of backwardness, of economy with no money. Now, by 1962, this small island economy, this word enclave economy, is what we are using in the 1960s to describe these colonial economies. Now, this enclave economy, by 1961, was covering only 9% of the homesteads, the ones making some money. 91% were people who were okora echida chonka, working only for the stomach. In Luo, they say, teach me each keken. In our other dialects, I may mix it up, but working only for the stomach. And that's where poverty was. Now, in 1971, when Amin came into government, because he didn't know what he was doing, he collapsed the small island of the 3 C's and 3 T's. By the time we got rid of him, 1979, cotton had collapsed, copper had collapsed, tea had collapsed, and so had tourism. It was only tobacco and coffee that were still limping on. That's why the situation of the people was very bad. There were shortages of everything. No soap, no salt, no sugar, no sodas, no beers. Our beer drinkers were drinking beer from Burundi called Primus, and some beer from Congo. There was no beer here. Therefore, what is in this booklet is what the NRM has achieved. When we came in, we knew exactly what to do. And that's why the economy of Uganda has recovered. And as I speak today, we have gone through 5 phases. Phase number 1 was minimum economic recovery, where we brought back some of the seeds. We brought back cotton, we brought back coffee was there, we brought back tourism, and we brought back tea. Some of the seeds and the teas came back. But we also defeated magendo, smuggling, chibanda, foreign currency, black market, oksamula, speculation. And we called that the phase of minimum economic recovery. Then phase 2 has been the expansion of the small island, produce more coffee, produce more tea, more tourism. Copper, we are now bringing it back, and we are going to produce it in a better way. That was the second phase, expansion. Third phase is diversification. In the colonial times, there was incredible blindness or carelessness. We used to be told that cash crops were only coffee, cotton, tea, and cocoa in West Africa. Then we would say, how about bananas? How about maize? How about milk? How about beef? How about cassava? How about fruits? Why are they not cash? And we'll be told, no, those are not cash crops or cash products. They are only for eating at home. But of course, we didn't believe this. You can imagine me from Ntungamo. I used to see in the shops tinned milk from New Zealand being sold in the shops in Ntungamo. And yet I was a milk producer just 2 miles away from the trading center. But my milk, my father's milk, was not being sold in the trading centers. So when we came, we diversified the economy. We said everything that is needed nationally, regionally, internationally is a cash product, provided it is profitable. That's how we have made maize a very big cash crop. Sugarcane is a big cash product. Cassava is becoming a very big cash product. Milk, beef, bananas, fruits, vegetables, all those are cash products. So therefore, the third phase is diversification. The fourth phase is value addition. Because one big loss was to sell raw materials. This shirt I'm putting on, and what one of the shirts you are putting on, are from Ugandan cotton. Certainly mine is. It is produced by fine spinners. When you sell unprocessed, semi-processed cotton, you may get $1 per kilo. But if you convert that kilo into shirts, first of all, 1 kilo will give you 4 shirts. And the total value will be about $15. So when you sell lint cotton, you get only $1, but when you process it to where I am now with the shirt, you get $15. A difference of $14. But also the jobs which are created. The spinning job, the weaving job, the printing job, the tailoring job, all those are lost if you sell raw material cotton. So that is the fourth phase. I don't know whether they can show you some of the factories of value addition, like the one of fine spinners the ones making textiles or nightie. Show them to us if you have them on the screen. You can see, freeze it there, freeze it there. You can see those factories, they are making cloth. I think those are making jeans, which used to be imported from outside. They are now made here. You can see. This is phase 4, value addition. You can show the shoe factories, if you have them, or the ones done by our youth in the skilling hubs. Freeze those shoes. All those are products which we used to import from outside, and yet they are from our raw materials. You can imagine the cattle keepers and goat herders who have got a lot of leather, who are importing shoes from outside, importing furniture from outside, importing those metallic doors from outside. You can see not only the big factories, but even our small young people are doing them now. So that is phase 4 in our recovery and transformation. Phase 5 is the knowledge economy, the economy of the brain and the skills of the hand. And the best example are the vehicles which your people are now making here. The Kira electric vehicles which are being made by your people. Let them show them to you. Buses and the other vehicles are being fabricated by your own people here in Uganda. Now, these are the 5 phases. We have either covered or entered. Now, because of this, the economy has grown in size from $3.9 billion to about $66 billion now by the foreign exchange method. By the PPP method, purchasing power parity method, 188 billion. Exchange rate methods, the economy has expanded 17 times. This is where we are. That's why now we are saying now we need to enter a new phase. And this is what the main point in this booklet. It says time for the qualitative leap forward. Want the economy to change completely, to become from 66 billion to 500 billion in the next few years. We are now a lower middle income country. We are targeting becoming a high middle income country of $500 billion in the next few years. And why do we say this? We say this because much of the 66 billion is raw materials. If we add value to even what we have now, we are going to hit that mark. Because take all our 10 million tons of bananas, they are mainly raw material. Much of the maize is still raw material. The cassava, all those products are mainly being used as raw materials. So therefore, the next phase which you are now supported us to push forward is to make this jump from lower middle income to upper middle income, to move towards becoming a modern society. A modern society means that you depend more on the products of the brain and the skills of the hand rather than the muscles. Instead of using hose, we should shift to using tractors. Instead of our well to collect water, the water should be brought by the pipes, not our girls to be the pipes. Instead of our girls blowing firewood in the fire, we need to use electricity, and so on, become a modern society. But in order to do that, we need to understand 7 words which normally confuse people. Word number 1, peace. Edembe, obusinge, kuch. This is very important. And we should not allow anybody to disturb our peace. If you see anybody disturbing our peace, please tell him clearly, don't disturb our peace. Even in these elections, which we are having, don't allow people who create friction by doing wrong things. Tell them openly, don't disturb us. We want peace. And peace is based on amazima, on the truth, ada. NRM has been able to keep peace here for the last 40 years. This may be the first time in the last 600 years when we have had peace in this area continuously for so long. Otherwise, in the pre-colonial times, there was always wars among the tribes, except in the time of the Bachwezi, 900 AD to 1400. That's when we had some peace in the whole area. Otherwise, during the time of the kings, we had wars, and during even the time of the British, the area was never pacified. So we have been able to bring peace because of our politics, of unity. I am glad your dance group here was able to show that. We don't believe in the politics of identity, we believe in the politics of interest. So that is the one word I want you to have in your mind. Peace. Second word is development. Development means mainly enkulakulana, entunguka, don global, apol in the meaning infrastructure and other common things, other enablers. You can see some of the roads, they can show them there, which have been built from east to west, south to north. And we are going to continue, and even repairing the roads which have started going bad. Show us some of those roads, the new ones. You can see those roads. And we are now working on the railway, electricity, and so on. Now, but the big mistake, which you people need to be careful about, is that you spend most of the time talking about those roads and so on. Yes, those roads are very important. A tarmac road is good. A hospital is good. A school is good. It serves all of us. But at night, you don't sleep on the road. You don't sleep in the hospital. You don't sleep in the school. You go back to your own house. And when you go back to your house, you confront the problems of your house. Poverty, lack of food, lack of jobs. So therefore, we are saying that you people, our Basoga people, summarized it well for us. They said, akange kasinga akaife. Abasoga bwebakoba. Akange kakira akaife. Mine is better than ours. And the ours is the third word, wealth. Those words, I want you to separate them. Development is ours, wealth is mine. Personal, family, company. Now many people get confused on this. And the wealth is found in 4 sectors. Commercial agriculture is one of them. Manufacturing is another sector. Services, border, hotels, tourism, music, entertainment, that is another sector. The 4th sector is ICT. So therefore, you the leaders, and I'm glad I'm talking to the new leaders, many of them young people. I want you to be clear about this. If you do that, things will be very easy for the whole country, but even for you as a leader. Obwavu, ugobo obwavu, chan, uboro, from the homes. There are a few families, some families which have listened to our message. I'm very much happy with some of the young people, like the boy called Ijara of Serere. You see what he's doing.
Joseph Jala. I am the proprietor of Taifa Farm, which is located in Serere in a place called Kakusi, where we are. And in Taifa we have dairy, poultry, and we're also making laundry bar soap. But we also have the value addition aspect of the farm, where we produce yogurt and pack it, tin it for the market. This project started 11 years ago after an inspiration from His Excellency, the President of Uganda, when he had come here and he was teaching people about the 4-acre model. He was having a rally in Soroti. That time I was working as a taxi driver. So he was doing that master business in Soroti. So when I heard this, when I heard he was around, I crossed to go and listen to his story. And he was talking about a 4-acre model, how to improve household income. So when I came back, I was fired because I delayed there and the guy said, you go and eat those words that you had. But I had already this land, 2.5 acres, but I also had local chicken here. But after hearing that, I got inspired to put more effort on raising this chicken. So I raised the chicken to the tune of about 100 of them. Then I got a small incubator. That was about 4 eggs. So I used that incubator for multiplying my local chicken farm. Eventually I was having 1,500 local chicken around. I was very famous for local chicken. So but then local chicken were not answering my day-to-day needs. So I decided to translate it to layers. In Taifa Farm we have 10,000 layers, which give me about 310 trays per day. And each tray goes at price of 10,500. So approximately about 3 million shillings a day from the eggs that we get. Of course, it varies depending on the cost of the feeding, but at least a half goes for management, a half goes to our pocket as Taifa. So after selling the layers, that money I invested it on dairy. I started dairy with the 4 cows, but you know I have multiplied very fast because I'm using AI. I have my own semen bank here.
Now
so I
you can see Ijara used 2.5 acres for poultry and for cows, for dairy. You heard that every day from eggs alone he earns 3 million shillings gross. Altogether, Ijara earns 1.4 billion shillings gross and net 608 million net in a year using 2.5 acres. You have got other people like Nyakana of Ruengaju near Fort Portal. From 1.3 acres he earns 1 billion gross and 183 million net annually from eggs and milk. Byamukama Vuchkwaya earns 1.3 billion gross and 60 million net from eggs and milk and coffee and so on. There are people like Kizisto of Masaka who earn 15 million. There is Basangwa of Kamuli earning some good money. You get people like Kachuro of Bundubujo earning 56 million from cocoa and so on. So there are people who have listened to the message of the NRM, and they are doing very well. And when in commercial agriculture, sector 1, we identified 7 activities. Coffee, 1 acre, fruits, 1 acre, dairy, for pasture for dairy, 1 acre, 1 acre for food for the family. Then in the backyard, those pigs and poultry for eggs. And in the wetlands, fish farming. The wetlands are being misused, and we are underutilizing the terrestrial, Rukuru, underutilizing the Rukuru and misusing the wetlands. How? By growing the rice in the wetlands, we dry the swamps, but get little money. But by drying the swamps, we deprive the Rukuru, the terrestrial. Terrestrial is the word for dry land. Water for irrigation. And yet, if we do fish farming, we shall get more money and we shall bring back water for irrigation. I want them to show you what we are doing in remote. You will see.
Amanya gange nzedi kusoka majidu nga nzo mbaka wa president mu kitundu kino. President bwe yansindika wano mu 2020 nasanga nga project eno eweddewo. Tasike yange yasooka nengamba president ayogera nnyo ku project eno naye ekiri wansi tekiriwo. Najja ano ngaawo wonna waliwo omuceere. Twatulanga abakulembeze ne tugamba tulina okukyusa ekifo kino. Ekifo kino ekigendera kyakyo nti kitudde ku ekemu. We natula n'abalimi ne bagamba baali bajjamu ensawo 6 ez'omuceere. Ensawo 6 ez'omuceere mitwalo nga 21 nga weesanga nga eri emiliyoni 1 mu mitwalo 3.
Ndi mulimi w'ebyennyanja. Nali ebiseera ebyasingira obungi nali ndi mulimu wa mutyere omusa naye ng'ekiseera kyemala omwigo omwo nga nimo mukyere kyali kiseera nga kiwanvu era nga n'amaani agenkozesa omwigo omwo gali maani nga mangi nga ntwale abaana bange tufuduukira omwo n'omwami wange yantwala tufuduukira omunyera omwo naye nga tukozesa maani mangi n'obulamu wona nga tumalira mu mwigo omwo. So
you can see there my project in Remoto near Parisa. I do fish ponds at the edge of the swamp. Then the water comes back in the center of the swamp. When I do that, they earn very good money. My fish ponds in Kavare, Lango, Teso, I have got fish ponds which I have done on the presidential land farms. I get about 70 million per acre. You can hear that those people, we are getting 1.7 million from 1 acre. So you spoil the swamp, you get little money. Me, I bring back the swamp, I get much more money. 70 million from 1 acre. And then you save water for irrigation, for the dry land. Let's see Dr. Muranga, what she has done in Bushenyi.
Plantation which you've had, we've already gone beyond 50 tons of per hectare per year. Matoke is very important part is water, but especially in the dry season. So here we are using irrigation, drip irrigation, as you can really see, using water, especially in the dry season. Drip irrigation, the advantage with it is that it sends water where it is required. PBD does not depend on national water. We make our own water, which we pump every day. 90% of the water is used for irrigation, and the other 10% is processed
now
for use.
By irrigating, Dr. Muranga is harvesting 53 tons per hectare of bananas in Bushenyi, the government farm which I gave her. But the nearby Banyankore, in the same hectare, they harvest 5.3 tons. In other words, Dr. Muranga is harvesting 10 times more. So, with this agriculture, we must go for irrigation. And irrigation means we bring back the wetlands, use the miga, the edge of the swamp, the center comes back, water comes back, and we use it for irrigation. Now there, that's how we had selected the 7 activities. You will see them in the booklet here. Then the second area of wealth are the factories, which you saw there. Big ones and small ones. Then services, then ICT. Then we go to the 4th word, jobs. Jobs, Emirimu. Where do jobs come from? Jobs come from wealth. You create wealth, personal wealth, family wealth, company wealth, government wealth, a parastatal. You produce a product or a good or a service, but you also create jobs. Let's see how some young people have created jobs. Show us Vyamkama. Vyamkama is a young member of parliament.
Akumiro district. We are now at our 4-acre demonstration farm. The land we have here is approximately 4 acres. This is a farm we started 2 years back here, 2.5 years back. And on this farm, we have a half acre of pineapple. We have cows for zero grazing. We have 12 of them for zero grazing, 2 which are giving us milk. We have poultry, about 25,000 birds, but only 11,000 are giving us eggs. And we have 1 acre of grass. We have piggery, those are very many. And 1 acre of coffee mixed with banana. Where we are, this is a 4-acre model farm. I did this activity to teach my voters, lead by example, so that my voters can learn what measure the president tells the public. This is an initiative I learned from the president sometime back when he sent me to learn to Kaumu, to Kisozi. I copied what I copied, this is what I came up with. And you will see as we move, or that side, this side, that's my 4-acre model farm. The house as well. I don't sleep here, but if I will sleep here, the house as well is seated on this 4-acre model farm. When you get like the half an acre of pineapple per harvest, we get about 4.5 million. When you get the cows per month, because there are two which are giving me milk, each one gives me 12 liters per day, we get about 1.4 per month, because the breeds which we got at first were not giving good milk. But we have got some cows which they tell us they are giving about 25 to 30 liters, and we know by the end of this year they will have produced, and we see. When you look at poultry, out of the 25,000 birds, it's only 11,000 giving me eggs. Others are soon giving me, and I get 302 trays per day minimally, because 11,000 birds are supposed to give me 366 trays. But because of the feeding method of deep litter, I don't get all the eggs. I get 302 trays per day minimally. When you look at the piggery, in a month, I can get about between 150 and 180 piglets. But those I don't sell, I give to my neighbors prayer. When you look at coffee, we haven't started harvesting, but generally coffee here, if you have harvested well, per acre you get between 12 million, 15 million. But now the banana which is in coffee, we're already eating, and per month I may get like 40 bunches, I get some good, but majorly here, what is giving me money? They are the pineapples, the 4.5 million per harvest, and I harvest twice a year. You will see, even as now, there are those which I can harvest for my friends to take. Then the poultry, it gives me 302 trays, that's per day. Then I sell in a month, you can get a net profit of 55 million, because you get 108 million, but you can't get all that. You have to buy feeds, pay workers, pay electricity. You remain with 55 million net pay. The 1 acre for grass, it is feeding my 6 cows. I'm told by the agriculture people, I even have the balance to add more 2 cows. They tell me 1 acre can feed the 8 cows. Currently, I'm employing 26 people. Previously, I was employing 17.
That's the point I wanted to show. You freeze it, freeze those workers there. Freeze the workers. You can see those workers, 26 of them who have just got jobs. They had 0 jobs, but when Biamkama woke up to create wealth, in the process he created jobs for those 26 people. Now there's one of our wealth creators called Nyakana. For him he uses 1.3 acres, and he has now created 15 jobs. So you can make a calculation. Uganda has got 40 million acres of arable land. But even if we were to use only 7 million, and we do like Nyakana did, and employ 15 people, we would create 105 million jobs. This is more than the whole population of Uganda, including the refugees. So, the issue of jobs starts with the issue of wealth creation. If we don't create wealth, there is no way jobs will come. The government jobs, which people are killing themselves over, are very few. 480,000 jobs for a population of 46 million. But as I speak today, the factories have created more jobs than all the government jobs. In this book, let me see. I'm trying to see where the jobs are. Yes. The commercial agriculture, so on page 26, commercial agriculture, 3.6 million jobs, factories, 1.4 million, services 5 million already. The government jobs only 480,000. So therefore, on this issue of jobs, we need to be clear. Now then, the fourth area of interest are services. Services not as a wealth, but as a consumer. I am a resident of Uganda, I am a citizen of Uganda, I want security, I want transport, I want health care. There, in the coming phase, I want you to concentrate on some areas. These are on page, I think, 28. And I want you to deal with the services of Wereza, which disturb people. First of all, health care, stealing medicine in the hospitals. That must be fought by you, the leaders. Then, on immunization is doing very well. Where there's a problem is curative, treating, but otherwise immunization is doing very well. Then you have education. We must insist on free education for our children. The good thing, you have got many government schools, 12,000 primary schools, and 1,000 something for government secondary schools. But the problem is that they charge money. When you read here, you will see the point I'm making. Then we have the roads. The roads must be good. The tarmac roads and the Maram roads must be well maintained. You, the leaders, must monitor this, especially the members of parliament. Where do the local governments put the 1.3 billion we give them for maintaining the Maram roads? Then, problem of crime. You should not allow the police to cover up crime. If the police cover up crime, expose them, and we get rid of them. We've got a lot of young people who want jobs. If the policemen who are there don't want to work, the ones who want to work are there. We don't have to beg these policemen. They must do their work fully. Then the problem of land grabbing. Fight land grabbers in your area. If you do this, you'll find that people will be very happy with the NRM. Health care, free education, roads, crime, land grabbing, maybe also safe water. These are the ones I would like to emphasize under services. Then the issue of market. If you produce all these products, who will buy them? I'm glad the NRM has invited the fraternal parties from other countries of Africa. It's good that we understand the issue of market. You cannot succeed in production if somebody doesn't buy what you produce. The way we are standing now, we produce a lot of products. The internal market is not enough. If we do not have the regional market and the international market, we will not manage. So therefore, you need to politically understand the issue of market. And we work with our neighbors in Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo DRC, South Sudan, Somalia, to fight for the unity of the market, so that we create a good atmosphere for our wealth creators. Now finally, the issue of strategic security. Yes, if we do integration, economic integration, we shall deal with the economy. But how about security? How can we be secure against all threats? Some of the actors in the world are talking of 4-dimensional superiority. That they want to be superior on land, be superior in the air, be superior at sea, be superior in space. On the moon, some people are on the moon, while we Africans, we are just here. They are looking at. The question is, even if Uganda becomes a modern country, can it manage send a person to the moon? My answer is no. But that's why our predecessors, Mwalimu Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, Sekou Toure, Modibo Keita, Patrice Lumumba, Rui Rwagasore. That's why they were talking of the political federation of East Africa or those of West Africa. So when you read this speech, you will see the arguments for that federation. To engage our fraternal parties and struggle to unite our people politically, in addition to economically, so to create a unit that can guarantee the future of the black race against all threats. If people are on the moon, we should also go there and see what's happening on the moon. But Uganda cannot do it alone. But East Africa can do it. So the question I normally ask people these days, why is the United States prosperous and nearby Latin America is in a bad situation? And yet Latin America has got more natural resources than USA. I think the answer is in the market. The founders of the United States created a good atmosphere for wealth creators to produce wealth and sell. In Latin America, the market is fragmented. I think this is their problem. That's why it is not easy to succeed business-wise in Latin America. So the question I ask you, Africans, is what are you building here in Africa? Are you building a United States of Africa in Africa, or a Latin America in Africa? If your answer is you are building in Latin America, then history will condemn us. Now finally, I congratulate all of you, because many of you have been elected fresh. And many of you are young people. I saw the ones, when I was up country, I saw the young ones who are being elected. I congratulate you. But I want to give you advice. The leaders who kuchenura, this is a Nyankore word which means solving the problems of the people which are solvable. The people will love you. But when you kuchenura, don't try to carry people on your head. Tewetika abantu. Kyetaaga okukulembera abantu si kubeetika. Don't carry the population under you on your head. Lead them. Show them what to do. Using government resources, not your own money. This is where corruption is coming from. People are looking for money to use in politics because they want to be the one to fund their followers. Don't fund. Show them the way to use PDM, to use Myoga, so that they get out of poverty. And fight corruption. Fight the ones who are stealing the money of Myoga. Fight the ones who are stealing the PDM. The people will love you. So with these few words, I open the national conference. Thank you so much.
NRM oye! Museveni oye! Yes, yes, mzee wa kazi. Tubonga nawe mzee wa times. Mzee ajali mboko. NRM oye! President of the Republic of Uganda, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the leader of our revolution, and our brand new flag bearer for President of the Republic of Uganda 2026 and beyond. Your Excellency, we want to thank you so much for the wisdom. NRM oye! Mumulabye mzee achali mboko.
Mzee achali mboko.
Your Excellency, we want to thank you so much for the wisdom you have imparted in us, for the clarity of purpose, the depth of insight that has provided both guidance and inspiration as we move towards protecting the gains and taking a leap into the high middle income status. Your Excellency, I just want to inform the members that what is coming next is the Secretary General giving us his official report, but also after that, we are not going to break off for lunch. The Secretary General will be handing over to Dr. Tango Doi, who will now take the process of elections as members will be going one by one to have their lunch. We are going to have a working lunch. Your Excellency, allow me now invite the Secretary General, Right Honorable Richard Todwong.
Some music.
And as he comes, Your Excellency, we want to thank you for empowering us. We have always had accreditation of the national conference ending at 5 a.m. But I want to assure you, sir, that under his leadership and the entire Secretariat and the organizing committee, yesterday by 7 p.m. we were done with accreditation. So we want to thank him so much. We want to thank the Treasury for expediting the process, and we want to thank the organizing committee and all the members of the National Delegates Conference. Right Honorable Richard Todong is accompanied by the Secretary Generals of other political parties in Uganda. You are most welcome, Right Honorable SG.
NRM oye! Thank you, Your Excellency, the President, members of the party. Today we have visitors that allow me to have the permission to introduce them. I will start with our visitors in Uganda under the Inter-Party Coalition for Dialogue. We've started talking to each other. We realize that Uganda is so beautiful and peaceful and accommodative to everybody. We are not enemies, but we are friends in a way that we cooperate for the future of this country. I have my colleagues, Secretary Generals under IPOD, that I request that you allow them mention their names and their political parties. Thank you so much.
UPC! UPC! I know you are NRM, but I'm UPC. I have to greet you in our usual language, the way we greet each other. So you just greet me like this, UPC! Thank you very much. I bring apologies from my colleagues, especially the FDC Secretary General, Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafabi, who is organizing his function, the welcome home in Mbale. But Honorable Senator Gerard Blacks is around. If the protocol could allow him, he's seated somewhere there, he could come and greet people, he's also around. I am Fred Bill, the Secretary General of UPC. I have read your speech, Mr. President. I think we all share what you've done, what you've talked about in your speech. That is fighting poverty, ignorance, and disease. So we share this mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Delegates from the NRM. My name is Edifred Kasaja, Deputy Secretary General, Justice Forum, JMA, Justice, Social Justice, Education, Economy, Morals, African Unity, we stand for. I'm delighted to represent my party president, Honorable Basalirwa, and the Justice Forum entity. Hope you have good deliberations today. Most welcome to be part of this organization and function today. Thank you.
DP oye! Uganda oye! Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for this invitation. My name is Dr. Siranda Gerard Blacks. By the grace of God, I am the Secretary General of the oldest party on this continent, the second oldest party on the continent, but also, Right Honorable, the party where the president belonged before. I want to appreciate you and pray that multi-party dispensation will thrive every institution builds the democracy that we want to see. We believe that our presence here is a sign that we can coexist, and this nation can flourish if we fight the tendencies of extremism and radicalism. We believe that this is the time for us to walk and move a journey as a country, even when we belong to different entities and ideologies. And I want to request, Right Honorable and the President, Your Excellency, that under your leadership, we use this opportunity to build a true multi-party dispensation that all of us will belong to as a nation. I want to appreciate you, Right Honorable Todong, for chairing us well, and we believe we are heading in the right direction. Thank you so much. I bring you greetings from my leader, the Honorable Norbert Mao, and we also thank you for allowing us to work together. Yes, this nation can all move if we are together. Thank you so much. I wish you nice deliberation and all the best. Thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Lawrence Serwambala Kabagabe. I am the Executive Director of Interparty Organization for Dialogue, IPOD. We want to thank you, Your Excellency, for the support you have extended to IPOD and the entire government of Uganda for institutionalizing and committing to dialogue, resolving Uganda's political problems through dialogue. We want to thank you, and we wish everybody in the National Resistance Movement here present during this delegates conference good deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us this opportunity to allow our friends from other political parties in Uganda. They are learning from NRM and they keep appreciating what we do. Members, this is a sign that we must coexist with each other for the future and the peace, the stability of Uganda. Mr. President, allow me in the same spirit introduce the Secretary Generals from other fraternal African countries that have joined us in this conference. I have a letter from the chairperson of the Russian Federal Republic. I'll read it when other friends are making solidarity statements tomorrow. We have Comrade Professor Paul Logale Jumi, the Secretary General of the South Sudan People's Movement, SPLM. May you stand up for recognition. The Secretary General of SPLM is here with us. We have in our midst Honorable Amas Salam Ali Salem, representing the Republic of Sahrawi. You're most welcome. We have the Secretary General of the United Democratic Alliance of Kenya, UDA, Senator Hassan Omar Hassan. You're most welcome with all your delegation. Mr. President, we have solidarity message from the Communist Party of China. I will read when other members are making their comments and solidarity messages. We have Honorable Ruindi Bengin from the CNDD-FDD of Burundi. You're most welcome. We have Comrade Laurel Josephine Rojas Ruiz from Venezuela. Mr. President, we have a delegation which is headed by the Deputy Secretary General of the African National Congress, ANC of South Africa. You're most welcome. We have Ambassador Welas Gashamage, the Secretary General of Rwanda Patriotic Front. Thank you so much for coming. And other dignitaries, we shall introduce them tomorrow when these friends are making solidarity messages. Mr. President, in the same spirit, allow me to recognize our former leaders who are here with us. We have the Vice President Emeritus, His Excellency Mzee Edward Shwanuka Sekande. Thank you so much for joining us. We have the former Vice President, Professor Gilbert Bukenya. Thank you for joining us. We have the Right Honorable John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, the former Prime Minister and the former Secretary General of NRM, together with Mrs. Jacqueline Mbabazi. Thank you so much and congratulations for the recent elections. We have the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Chintu Musoke. Thank you for joining us. We have the former Chief Justice, Stephen Kavuma. Thank you for joining us. We have the former Secretary General, the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba. Thank you for joining us. We have the former Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly, Right Honorable Margaret Ziwa. And in the same spirit, we have the former Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, Right Honorable Danfred Chidega. Mr. President, with your allow me give my brief report to the first meeting of the 4th Conference of the National Resistance Movement. Dear members, I welcome you all to the first meeting of the first meeting of the 4th Conference of the National Resistance Movement, under the theme, Protecting the Gains as we make qualitative leap into high middle income status. Today's conference comes after a mass internal elections where delegates assembled here secured their mandate through the recently concluded elections, which gave you the mandate to carry the fresh voices of our grassroots members. I congratulate you all. I congratulate you all on your election victories, though I am aware that some of your victories were petitioned. We do apologize for some of the reported misconduct of some of our electoral officials. Good enough, many have been arrested and being prosecuted on the directive of the national chairman. I would like to, in a special way, congratulate the party leaders, supporters, and well-wishers for endorsing His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the 2 positions that we have confirmed and sealed today. One as the presidential candidate for the party for the 2026 general election, 2 as the national chairman of the National Resistance Movement Party. I've been reminded that we also have in the House the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya. Thank you so much for coming and joining us in this conference. Mr. President, for those who might not know, there are things about you as our national chairman, the father of our revolution, that you can only notice when one slows down and calm during a busy environment. Your attention to details, commitment to uplift the lives of our ordinary Ugandans, your heart of generosity and forgiveness, your firmness to national issues, and above all, your ability to forgive and reconcile with adversaries are the reason this country is peaceful and prosperous. We have seen this, how you work with all political parties. We thank you so much for showing direction and leadership. Dear members, you may recall that we did a membership register where we have 20.7 million members. The National Resistance Movement Party is blessed with the 20.7 million members of the 45 million Ugandans. Of the 20.7, 18.5 are voters. And we are grateful that these voters are the same people that elected you to come to these positions. In total, we have elected in our structures 2.5 million leaders. And that explains the strength of NRM in terms of the structures and membership. I extend immense gratitude to His Excellency the National Chairman for his invaluable financial support and strategic guidance that made this achievement possible. I equally thank my senior colleagues in the Central Executive Committee, the staff and cadres of NRM Secretariat and the NRM Electoral Commission, and all who worked tirelessly during the complex task of digitalization of the register. Your Excellency and dear guests, historically, the National Resistance Movement Party is one of the most charismatic liberation party in Africa. Its philosophy, ideology, and strategy mirrors that of many revolutionary parties in Africa. Africa, our motherland, is a continent blessed by nature with the potentials to prosper all of our offspring. However, Africa, with our vast potentials, finds ourselves in a dilemma of conflicting global neoliberal tendencies. This in Uganda, we have repackaged them under what we call Musevenomics. Musevenomics explains how factors of production can be equitably distributed and how the ordinary person can benefit from the basic explanations of household engagement in production and productivity. Exactly what the chairman has been explaining this afternoon. We have adopted very cordial working methods, and these members I would like us to emulate. At the party national secretariat, we work as comrades and as colleagues. We build each other, we complement each other, and we criticize each other. I pray that you leaders of the party find comfort in accepting positive criticisms from comrades. That is how you build yourself and you build the party. We are improving in our areas of ideological reorientation. We feel we need to intensify our call for ideological training for the young people and the young cadres of the party who might not easily understand the new fronts of challenges that the African fraternity might be facing. Mr. President, our relationship with other sister parties in Uganda is as expressed this afternoon. We are working freely with all political parties in Uganda because they are not our enemies. Our enemies are the things that affect the livelihood of the people. Poverty, illiteracy, backwardness, infrastructural challenges, those are the problems we have, not other political parties. I'm also happy to know that they are learning from NRM. We congratulate you for providing leadership to everybody in Uganda. Mr. President and members, under IPOD umbrella, government extends financial support to political parties, and this financial support has enabled the party to conduct quite a number of activities as highlighted in my report, which is being distributed to members of the conference. We are engaging the media in a very robust manner because we know the front line to total liberation of the African cause is shifting to the media houses. The radio talk shows, the social media, and all media outlets have become the outlets and the front line where the party should focus. We have a detailed presentation and detailed explanation on how the party would like to adapt media strategy that can enhance our ability to stay afloat the challenges. On foreign relations, Mr. President, we are working so well with very many African revolutionary parties. Others are represented here and others have not had time to come, but they have sent messages of solidarity. We work well with African National Congress. We work well with the ZANU-PF. We work well with the FRELIMO. We work well with MPLA of Angola. We are in a close collaboration and work with the Communist Party of Cuba. We work well with the FRELIMO. We work well with the CNDD-FDD of Burundi. We are in close contact with RPF of Rwanda, with the SWAPO, with SPLM, with the UDA, and many other parties. Because our philosophy is solidarity in diversity. Mr. President, administratively, we are expanding in terms of assets, membership, and financial resources. The party is constructing district offices. We also thank party members who have constructed party offices for the party. From the time we came to office, we have acquired land in many districts. We have built party offices in some districts, and we continue to build party offices in other districts. In particular, allow me to recognize our party leaders who have gone ahead, acquired land, and built offices for the party. Number one of that is Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Anita Among. She gave us a brand new office in Bukedia district. The Right Honorable Prime Minister of Ghana built for the party a brand new office in Kakumiro district. Thank you so much. Aji Mafabi Lomolo built for the NRM a brand new office in Sironko. Engineer Kalisa gave us a building in Buwejo district. Honorable Solomon Silwanyi built for the party an office in Bujiri district. And Honorable Fred Bajire gave us land with a title in Mayuge, where we are now constructing a party office. We have also built and continue to build offices in Luero, Gulu, Ngora, and we are starting in Mitiana. We pray that we cover all districts where we shall have offices open. Mr. President, I need to inform members that you directed the party that the money we collected from members through expression of interest form, we use that money to build party offices in the districts. We have 11 billion shillings in the account, and we request that members of the branches in the district keep donating to the party land, and we allocate money for the construction of the party offices. We congratulate you, sir, for finding a permanent home for the party at Plot 10 Chadondo Road. We now have a permanent address, and members very soon, the national chairman will be launching the construction of the party head office. We have always been asked why we don't have a party head office, but we tell them, like evangelization, our party lives in the people, not in buildings. It is ideologically, spiritually, and a way of life. The movement system is a dogmatic way of life that we believe if our members follow the revolutionary discipline and methods of work and the clarity of purpose that the chairman keeps explaining, the party will be in you. We need the party strong in you. Then we go to the building. Mr. President, we have gone over the years in implementing our manifesto. The details are in the report that members will read. But the themes of our campaigns from 1986 to 96 was we following the 10-point programs. From 96 to 2001, we were talking about tackling the task ahead. In 2001 to 2006, we were talking consolidating the achievements. In 2006 to 2011, when we became a political party, we sponsored a manifesto under the theme Prosperity for All. In 2011 to 2016, our theme was Peace, Unity and Transformation for Prosperity. In 2016-2021, we stood on steady progress, and in 2021-2026, we are speaking securing your future. 2026 to 2031 members, our theme is protecting the gains as we make a qualitative leap into higher middle income status. We shall be launching our campaign manifesto soon, and this we shall invite you after we have finished internal consultations of critical stakeholders. Mr. President, in particular, I need to thank the government of Uganda under your leadership for effectively implementing the party manifesto. The party is the principal and government is the agent. Under a multi-party political dispensation, a party that wins the majority vote offers its manifesto to a government for implementation. And I need to speak with pride that our manifesto of 2021-26 was implemented effectively, that out of the 806 manifesto commitments, 281, representing 35%, was effectively achieved in the midterm review that government presented. 395 commitments, representing 49% of the manifesto report, were ongoing. And I believe by now we have surpassed that and we are heading towards 90%. Mr. President, we have just concluded a few of our internal elections and we are yet to proceed with other elections this afternoon and maybe conclude tomorrow. This election should not divide us. The election should unite us better. It is not the election of showing how much you hate one another. But I need to send a warning to members. We have observed the emerging cases of tribal affiliations, religious affiliations, too much use of money in our politics, indiscipline, corruption, violence, cheating, all these vices. Please respect the movement, control yourself, and let us honor this wonderful party, which is a party for those who have passed on, the party for those who are living, and it's a party for those who are yet to be born. We are just members, but the party is something that will live beyond us. During your time, make your contribution, but don't damage the party. Thank you so much. I wish you well, and may God bless you. The details of my report will be distributed to you. You'll read through and have a discussion. Mr. President, as I conclude, I request that we entertain you with one or two revolutionary songs before you make the next program for the meeting. Allow me also recognize our Ugandan ambassadors and high commissioners of Uganda who are abroad, but they are here with us in this conference. We have Ambassador Elizabeth Musazi, our ambassador to Cuba. We have Her Excellency Ambassador Rebecca Amuge Otengo, Ugandan ambassador to Addis, representing us in the African Union. We have Ambassador Miriam Black, representing Uganda in Brussels, that is in Germany. Ambassador Paul Amoro, representing Uganda in Pretoria, South Africa. Ambassador Nikisha Madvani, our representative to London, UK. Ambassador Doreen Amule, representing Uganda in Paris. Ambassador Rashid Semudo, representing Uganda in Khartoum. Ambassador Dorothy Hua, our ambassador in the Canberra, Australia. Ambassador Napiek Elizabeth Paula, our ambassador in Rome, and the deans of all ambassadors. Ambassador Adonia Ayebara, our ambassador to New York. Ambassador Olive Woneke, our ambassador in Beijing, and Ambassador Arintuma Msabo, our ambassador to Algeria. We have a donation of land from the party from Mr. Nzere Kagota, and he is promising to build an office for NRM in Chiwara district. Thank you so much, and I wish you good deliberations, good conference. Make sure we handle ourselves with the discipline. May we have the revolutionary song as we hand over the meeting to the Master of Ceremonies and to the National Chairman of the party. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Secretary General. Your Excellency.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Secretary General of the ruling National Resistance Movement, ekibiina ekitanaba kulowooza kuva mu buyinza. Ate nga taata waali naffe weetuli. Let us now invite one of our entertainers, Mr. Daddy Andre, to come and entertain our members. Muzeidi's Yoba Zukulu, and he's going to entertain us this afternoon. Daddy Andre, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General. Daddy Andre is not yet here, but Team Your Rank from Gulu, led by Romeo Odong, is on stage with an item.
Most welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rise to your feet! Adwara mo ni gitwara nubaye kuya Utero longwa ni gitwea nubaye kuya Kuwiri wa bini gitwea nubaye kuya Kaan nubaye kwa Ayo, 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 ayo Kaan Kureye kwa Dop, 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 dop Kaan nubaye kwa Eitema Awadi kaan yani Kuparania kweli dropping, Dubai kuya. Ikape kumari dropping, Dubai kuya. Hallelujah, Dubai kuya. Mukiro kweli nera, Dubai kuya. Kaan, Dubai kuya. Petema, Ojodi kaan, Ulaye kuya. Petema, Hiya, Billy,
Thank you very much. May I now invite African Evolutionary Voices from Itoma, led by Comrade Dan Bashisha, for one short item, with your permission, Your Excellency.
It's DJ Shafiq Ways.
bana madara kino kyekisera ffe tulina okulwana mubiseera by'omumaaso tufune emirembe bannayuganda banange kyengamba twagala ennyo Uganda kubanga ly'eggwanga lyaffe nga tulwanyisa obwavu tukume emirembe tulyoke tufune eggwanga mwe tweyagalireyo kino kyekiseera ffe tulina okulwana mubiseera by'omumaaso tufune emirembe kino kyekiseera ffe tulina okulwana mubiseera by'omumaaso tufune emirembe kino kyekiseera ffe tulina okulwana mubiseera by'omumaaso tufune emirembe.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the third
that we are having a working lunch. We are having a working lunch, and that is our last, the last item here, and then we proceed with the organization. So members know where the food courts are. You can stroll in and out, and then as we move.
Thank you for the guidance, Deputy Secretary General. Cheswa, your group, please. Kaguta Asobola.
Hallelujah, Mukama kozese, abato Maisha ya anasa ukawashuja kukomboa. Wananchi wa Uganda twashukuru, asante sana. Wananchi wa Uganda twawaomba mpigieni kura raisi. Kaguta Museveni ataongoza Uganda vizuri. Ulijinyima maisha ya anasa ukawashuja kukomboa. Wananchi wa Uganda twashukuru, asante sana. Wananchi wa Uganda twawaomba mpigieni kura raisi. Kaguta Museveni ataongoza Uganda vizuri. 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 Kaguta Museveni ataongoza Uganda vizuri.
Kaguta Museveni atukulembedde bulungi. That is the message. Atachi atukulembera bulungi nnyo. Allow me take this opportunity to invite the chairman of the NRM Electoral Commission, Dr. Odoi Tanga, to lead us into the next phase of this conference. Dr. Odoi Tanga and the Electoral Commission of the NRM, the platform is yours. You are most welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda and newly elected flag bearer, presidential flag bearer for 2026-2031, and our First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni. Allow me adopt the protocol as detailed earlier in the earlier speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now, and the Electoral Commission would want to guide the process. Before that, Your Excellency and Mama, allow me present to the Delegates Conference the following positions that were fully elected. We elected the Elders League and the whole structure of the Elders League. The chairperson of the Elders League, the new chairperson of the Elders League, is Honorable Businje Penina Kapigana. The vice chairperson Central, Honorable Takome Frederick Musisi. Vice chairperson Western, Honorable Barunji Justin. Vice chairperson Kampala, Honorable Tracy J. Manuel. Vice chairperson Eastern, John Peter Erimu Anyao. Vice chairperson Karamoja, Honorable Nyang Christine, and Vice Chairperson Northern, Honorable Kelo Angelo Cole, and Secretary for Finance, Kinto Florence, General Secretary Isabelle Charles, Secretary of Publicity Wanjusi Silva Wasieba. For the Women's League, the chairperson, beg your pardon, for the Veterans League, the new chairperson, Your Excellency, is Mushabe Moses. Chairperson Kampala, Tabora Moses Mainja. Chairperson Central, Mr. Jeff Lawrence Chiwanoka. Chairperson Northern, Mr. Ongia John Francis. Chairperson Eastern, Mr. Kamizi Martin Bukoli. Vice Chairperson Karamoja, Mr. Okoru Pius. Secretary of Finance, Mr. Tushime Gracious. Mr. Tusime Gracious. General Secretary, Ms. Atwine Knight Allen. Secretary of Publicity, Mr. Samuel Ngobi Kafude. The Women's League, the chairperson is Ms. Arina Itwe Katamba. I beg your pardon, Workers League, sorry. I beg your pardon. Workers League, the chairperson is Honorable Arina Itwe Katabuka Wakajara. The Vice Chairperson Central, Mr. Wambale Manesh. Vice Chairperson Western, Mr. Namanya Richard. Mr. Chairperson Eastern, Mr. Walela Martin. Vice Chairperson Kampala, Ms. Namirembe Agatha. Vice Chairperson Northern, Mr. Marash Bashir Izebash. Vice Chairperson Karamoja, Mr. Muret Regina. Secretary of Publicity, Mr. Nuwajuna Justus Kamuhanda. Secretary for Finance, Mr. Katumwesije Juliana. Miss Katumwesije Juliana. And General Secretary Aboli Kunihira Agnes Honorable. The Youth League chairperson voted yesterday is Tanga Collins. The other positions are pending. The PWD League chairperson, Mr. Mwanje Shafik. Vice Chairperson Kampala, Mr. Nkwanji Robert. Chairperson Western, Mr. Burisaid Justin. Vice Chairperson Central, Mr. Mayanja Sulaiman. Chairperson Northern, Mr. Asha Bintu Abdu. Mr. Chairperson Karamoja, Mr. Napokoli John. Okay. Mr. Napokoli John. Vice Chairperson Eastern, Honorable Aseret Agnes. Secretary of Publicity, Arinaitwe Diana. Secretary of Finance, Alwedo Rebecca. And General Secretary, Asima Eunice. Women's League. Chairperson National, Ms. Kobusinje Adrian. Vice Chairperson Kampala, Tumusime Maureen. Vice Chairperson Western, Enid Mwesije. Vice Chairperson Central, Babazi Hawa. Vice Chairperson Northern, Odongo Teddy. Vice Chairperson Karamoja, Lomoyang Margaret. Vice Chairperson Eastern, Omoron Grace. Secretary for Publicity, Akwi Nora. Secretary of Publicity, Akwi Nora. General Secretary, Amongin Jacqueline. Secretary of Finance, Ruyondo Ann. Entrepreneurs League, pending. Historical Leaders Forum. Chairperson, Colonel Retired Tom Butime. Vice Chairperson Eastern, Eunice Nambuya. Vice Chairperson Northern, Brigadier General Bosco Omure. Vice Chairperson Western, Zedekia Katono Karokora. Vice Chairperson Central, Janat Balunzi Mukwaya, Honorable. Vice Chairperson Kampala, Chugundu Kabandwa, Honorable. Deputy Secretary General, Ambassador George Kangwaje. General Secretary, Retired Dr. Eric Adrico. Secretary Publicity, Honorable James Magode Ikuya. Secretary for Finance, Haj Abdu Kasai.
It's not hearing. The people controlling the system are encouraging you to speak from the middle. If you speak from the sides, they will not hear.
Okay.
But you stand in the middle of the two microphones.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, after all that election, we also concluded the special interest group election for flag bearers for members of parliament. We finished for the workers, the PWDs, the older persons, and the youth, which is pending. Elected flag bearers for members of parliament. For the workers at national level is Asio Pasquin. Workers national, because there are 4, Honorable Arinaitwe Rwakajara. Workers Birungi Anet. The 4th is Akandwaho Joshua Israel. And the national female is Honorable Abori Kunihira Agnes. The people with disabilities, these are the flag bearers. For Western Uganda, Ndiamu Haki Eunice. For Eastern Uganda, Asamo Helen Grace. For Central Uganda, Ndezi Alex. For Northern Uganda, Achan Joyce Okeny. For National Female, Kanushu Laura. For the older persons, National Female, Wako Joy Peggy. Western Uganda, Mrs. Jacqueline Mbabazi. For Central Uganda, Honorable Kakoza James. For Eastern Uganda, Mr. Ofono Pondo Podel. For Northern Uganda, Honorable Akumu Catherine Mavenjina. Your Excellency, sir, today the Electoral Commission completed the election for National Chairman, NRM presidential flag bearer, and the first vice chairperson. The next election will involve the following positions. For Eastern Uganda, vice chairpersons, I beg your pardon, we shall start the election with the second national vice chairperson female. And the two candidates are Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga Alitwala. The second candidate is Right Honorable Anita Annette Among. After, we shall then do the following elections. After electing the second national vice chairperson female, we shall then have the election in this order. First, we shall start with vice chairperson Eastern. And the candidates are Honorable Naigaga Mariam, Honorable Echodu David Calvin, and Honorable Flight Captain Dr. Mike Mokula. After Eastern, the next will be Vice Chairperson Central. And the candidates are Mr. Kalisa Kalangwa, Honorable Chiwanda Subi, Honorable Cheswa Hakim, and Honorable Cheyune Haruna Kasolo. Honorable Dan Fred Shidega, Honorable Obua Denson Hamson, and Honorable Sam Engola. After Northern Uganda, we shall then go to Western Uganda. And the candidates are Bwenje Leoben Muhanji, Asimwe Jonad, Kamugisha Blaze, Kamungaga Dick, Byarohanga Barije, Atuhe Innocent, Mawanda Michael Maranga, and Honorable Bariomus Chris. Then we shall move to Kampala. Kampala, we have the following candidates: Bukenya Collins Andrew, Salim Saad Owuru, and Honorable Singh Katongole. After that, we shall go to election in Karamoja. The candidates are Loki John Baptist, Achila John Rex, Johnson Gorok, and Loki Peter Abraham. Your Excellency and members of the conference, this is the procedure. We have divided the country into 18 sub-zones. The zones include Karamoja, or sub-regions: Karamoja, Acholi, Lango, West Nile, Teso, Sebei, Bugisu, Bukedi, Greater Mukono, Greater Luwero, Greater Kampala, Greater Masaka, Greater Mubende, and Mpigi, Greater Ankole, Greater Kigezi, Greater Rwenzori, and Greater Bunyoro. Who are the voters? Your Excellency and members of the conference, you will not participate if you are not a voter. We are going to read the register name by name, districts by district, and only eligible voters will be allowed to vote. We have been hearing of some candidates manufacturing registers. I want to request you to allow the Electoral Commission use the register generated after election from the structures for this last election. How are we voting? Voting is by lining up behind candidates or portraits or pictures of a candidate of your choice. Each of the following tents will be polling stations, and each will be headed by a commissioner assisted by regional coordinators, district registrars, and polling assistants. We have 7 tents for voting, and delegates shall be ushered in sub-region by sub-region. The tents are the following. The elders' tent behind Muzei's tent will be for Karamoja and will be headed by Honorable James Tweheyo. The tent used for the election of the PWDs behind the SEC tent will be used for Ankole, Kigezi, Rwenzori, Bunyoro, and they'll vote one after the other. That tent, among other duties, will be manned by me, Dr. Tanga Odoi. The tent used by veterans behind the SEC tent will be for delegates from Teso, Bugisu, Sebei, Bukedi, Busoga, one after the other. And it will be under Honorable Jashan Fred homage. The tent used by the Historical Leaders Forum, also behind the SEC tent, will be for Greater Luwero, Greater Mukono, and Greater Masaka, and Greater Mobende. And the voting will be one after the other. It will be under Honorable James Chinobe. The tent that was used by the Women League on the eastern side of the arena will house Greater Kampala and Greater Wakiso, or Kampala and Wakiso, and it will be under Honorable Jane Babiha Al-Semera. The tent that was used by the youth also to the east towards Wampewo will be for Acholi and Lango, and they'll vote one after the other. It will be under Honorable Diwaru Zaitun. And the tent for West Nile is that one
mutawalira bwerere akarulu kamuzeyi kakuta Bannayuganda Katonda kyatuwadde omukisa olwa muzeyi kakutona lwanyokata abantu Uganda yaffe amawanga tuwezanga nsanvu ekyo kitaavaako bangi abakulembeza okulemererwa.
Hello, stop fast, DJ.
I now see why you fight in elections.
Election day, there should be no campaigns. So those who are moving around with pictures and so stop. And those who are making a noise, stop. Just sit down and be called to vote. Will the candidates speak or what?
Yes, Your Excellency. They'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, so only the candidates should speak. So those who are making noise, stop that. That's why you fight for nothing. Just calm down, sit down, stop making noise, stop moving around with pictures, because that is campaigning. Today, you are now saying only the candidates are allowed to say something. That's correct. Okay, so sit down, you people, stop making noise. Sit down. Or if you are walk peacefully, not campaigning, not carrying pictures, not making noise. Okay? Apoyo mater.
Run this several days, guys. It is your time. Completely. So tell them not to play.
No, let's move forward. No, can't tell them not to play until we tell them. Oh, Mama. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the guidance, and the Electoral Commission will implement that effectively and immediately. There are two things I was saying. The tent for the former entrepreneurs will house West Nile and will be under Honorable Auma Juliana Modesta. I made some error. Chairperson Central Women's League is Namukose Fatuma. Namukose. Voting is by lining up. Tallying of results from all the sub-regions shall be done immediately after polling at the time of the NRM at the tally center of the NRM Electoral Commission. Who are the voters? Who are the voters for these different positions? Who are the voters in this? For the second national vice chairperson and the regional vice chairpersons, the following are the voters. All delegates invited here are voters. And who are these delegates? The delegates make up the National Conference, members of the National Executive Council, and this comprises the national chairperson, the first national vice chairperson, the second national vice female, the 6 vice chairpersons representing the region, the NRM members of parliament, stroke flag bearers, the NRM district chairpersons, stroke flag bearers, municipal mayors, NRM members of the East African Legislative Assembly, National Executive Committee members of all special organs, all chairpersons of NRM branches in the diaspora, the 30 members of NRM Historical Forum elected by the forum, the 10 eminent persons elected by the council upon nomination by the chairperson, and other invitees by the chairperson, who are 5. Members of NRM Historical Leaders Forum, members of NRM District Executive Committees, members of the District Executive Committees of all special organs, NRM members on district councils, members of NRM Municipal Executive Councils, NRM members of the Municipal Council, NRM chairpersons of sub-county conferences, promoters of NRM as in first schedule of the NRM Constitution, and the 20 individuals who the chairman invites or invited. The staff will be distributing the guidelines. Our staff should now start distributing the guidelines. But as I said, the mode of election is by lining up. Polling day procedures. There shall be polling stations in the venues that I read. Those venues are now polling stations, and each of them is already demarcated. Each candidate is entitled to 2 agents from the delegates, from among the delegates. You pick your agents from among the delegates, and each candidate must not infiltrate the polling station with any weapon. Before polling, the presiding officer shall read out names of eligible voters district by district from the voters register, and shall separate eligible voters from ineligible voters. The presiding officer shall give voter education for a few minutes before election starts. The presiding officer shall ask candidates or their agents to stand with the portrait if they are not there, and the lines must be separated by reasonable meters. The presiding officer shall then ask voters to line up, helped by the polling assistants. Crisscrossing of lines, campaigning in polling stations is prohibited. Voting by proxy is not allowed. And the NRM Electoral Commission has the power to postpone elections if deemed necessary and notify stakeholders of a new date. Illegal practices, bribery. When we get you or your agent dishing out money or any form of bribery during the process of this election, we shall disqualify that candidate. Obstruction of voters or election officials is not allowed. Unauthorized voters will be taken to the House of Justice. Agents, the presiding officer, shall loudly announce the number of votes each candidate has got at the polling station before transmitting it to the center. Agents of candidates shall sign declaration of results form after the forms have been filled, and they are entitled to a copy. The Commission has made those forms. A declaration of results shall be done by the returning officer, and for avoidance of doubt, Dr. Tango Doi, the chair of the Commission, is the returning officer. Your Excellency, earlier on for the Women League, we made a mistake. The right name is Kalule Juliet Nansuna, Vice Chairperson Central. Sorry for that inconvenience. It is now time for the Commission to allow the candidates some reasonable time for the first election to introduce themselves briefly and tell the audience or the delegates what they are supposed to do. I request that you clap for candidates. You don't shout bad words. You don't utter and shout insultatives. That is forbidden. So, after the candidates, the two candidates, have finished presenting themselves, I'll then announce the time for voters. I now request the right honorable candidates to step forward and address the delegates and voters. My request is that we use this podium because the majority of voters are actually here. So I'll request the Right Honorable Rebecca Litwala Kadaga to lead, and then later on the Right Honorable Annette Anita Among. Members of the Commission, the two ladies, Honorable Zaitun, could you please move and request the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga to me this is the best place unless advised otherwise. The venues for election are the big tents behind Muzei's tent and also the SEC tent and the VIP tent. The following are the 7 tents to be used as polling stations. The tent for the former elders behind SEC tent for Karamoja. The tent which was used for PWDs also behind the SEC tent will be for Kigezi, Ankole, Rwenzori and Bunyoro. The tent which was for veterans behind the VIP tent will be for Teso, Bugisu, Sebei, Bukedi and Busoga. The tent behind the SEC tent that was used by the Historical Leaders Forum will be for Greater Luwero, Greater Mukono, Greater Masaka, Greater Mubende and Mpiji. The tent which was used for women to the east will be for Greater Kampala and Wakiso. And the tent that was used by the youth will be for Acholi and Lango. Then the tent for entrepreneurs will be used by West Nile. Sanitizer, please.
You are flying out. Where are you from in Kenya?
Let us warmly receive the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga with a thunderous applause.
Your Excellency. Are they working? Your Excellency, President, also Presidential Flag Bearer, newly elected Chairman of our great party, the first National Vice Chairperson, Alhaji Chigongo, who is also newly elected. Congratulations to both of you. Mama Janet, all the other leaders, the delegates, members of the NRM family. It's a pleasure to see you here today. Last time we met, we could not convene together because of the COVID pandemic. But we thank God that this time we're able to sit together at one venue to make the deliberations for our great party. I come before you as a long-standing member of the NRM. I've worked for the NRM for my entire life. I started as an LC1 chairperson in Busovia village, Brampton sub-county. And I've ridden through the ranks up to this date. I want to thank you very much for the support. And I want to thank His Excellency the President for initiating this party right from his student days until it has grown into this mighty movement and also brought along many other people. As I informed you, I have been in this party for a long time. In the middle. These gadgets. So it's again. Let's start again. Okay. The microphones are a bit tricky, but I hope you can hear me. Honourable members, this party has come a long way through turbulence, through good times, but we have been able to fly together and to land together. I have worked diligently as a backbencher for the first 7 years before I was appointed Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Minister of State for Transport, and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Thereafter, I graduated to the position of Deputy Speaker and later as Speaker. I have executed my duties diligently in all those capacities within the Parliament by ensuring that the necessary legislation is passed, the necessary budgets are passed, the necessary loans are passed to support the manifesto of the NRM. I've also worked diligently to ensure that where loans were required, they were passed to improve on our infrastructure and all other facilities. I was elected as the second national vice chair after a lobby by the women members of the NRM when we realized that we did not have enough women on the executive committee. So an amendment was made to enable us to have a voice on the Central Executive Committee. And I performed that job with the distinction. I have improved and contributed to many policies, many programs, many changes, and many other facilities to ensure that the perspective of the women is always considered. But in the process, I've not also forgotten the young people or the elderly or any other disadvantaged group. I have been their voice in the Central Executive Committee. However, Your Excellency, our Chair, and members of the Great NRM Party, I think it's a matter of grave concern that the level of bribery, of intimidation, of abuse of office, of corruption during this election has been exceedingly high. Indeed, it has been unprecedented. For the first time, we have seen distribution of iPads to entice leaders and influence them. We have seen distribution of cell phones for the same reasons. Distribution of money for the same reason. No small money of 20,000, but in millions. And this, Your Excellency and International Chair, is something that's ruining our party. We have built this party over time, but there's a real risk that it's going to be overtaken by people who do not deserve to be in leadership. So we need to check the issue of corruption. Last night, there was more distribution of resources. 300,000 shillings to each delegate. At Nabisunsa, at Nakawa, at Kisasi, and many other places. Again, to influence the outcome of these elections. So I do hope that the members will take this matter into account and realize that we don't need to support the corrupt, and to know that the money being used is actually your money. This is taxpayers' money. So please chew it, but make the right choices. I would like to appeal to our members to clean our party by rejecting corruption, rejecting bribery, rejecting intimidation. National Chairman, there are members here who have got messages on their phone intimidating them. If you don't vote for so and so, you will see. How can that be? But this is what is happening at this stage. So I do hope that something will be done. And Honorable Chairs, you have been promising that you are going to take action. I hope that you can actually take action so that this vice ends. On the level of the preparation of the election, it's also a matter of concern that in some instances there have been deliberate delays so that voting takes place in the night. How can voting take place at 4 o'clock in the morning? And this has happened on more than one occasion. This is deliberate. I'm glad we are starting early today. I hope the counting will be done early and that all the sets of elections will be done during the day. I also want to report that there are many fake delegates. Names have been substituted. So I do hope that even that will be taken into account. There are also fake registers in circulation. This is a matter I raised several times in the Central Executive Committee, which needed address, but I hope we shall be able to get a good result. So members of the NRM family, I want to thank you for listening to me. I want to thank you for supporting me as I've done this job. I want to ask you for your support so that I can continue serving you as your second national vice chairperson. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, for your presentation and appeal for votes. It's now my duty as chair to invite Right Honorable Anita Mong to present herself.
Museveni oye! Anita oye! Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and also the Chairman of NRM Party, Mama Janet Museveni, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, the honorable members who are here, the ambassadors that are around, and all our dear delegates. God is good. God is good. NRM oye! Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, my name is Anita Annette Among, the Member of Parliament of Bukedea, and by God's grace, you entrusted me to be the Speaker of Parliament of the 11th Parliament in Uganda. I want to thank you so much for trusting me with such a very important position, which I have diligently performed without any turbulence in that parliament. I have done it without antagonizing the party and the chairman of the party. Your Excellency, I want to thank you so much for identifying and bringing me to the mighty party NRM. And as you got me from where I was, where you said I used to put on wrong clothes, now I am putting on very good clothes. And that is NRM. Your Excellency, when you identified me, I do not want to be useless in the party. I want to add value to the party. And by adding value to the party, I am seeking to be a second national vice chairperson of NRM. And when I am a second national vice chairperson, I am a very good mobilizer, and I can trust you. I will mobilize for the party from north to east to west to central throughout the whole country. I am bringing value to the party. Your Excellency, when I am a state member, I will also request that you consider the local government, especially the LOC 5s, the local councils, the speakers, on their increment of their pay. Your Excellency, as somebody you have trusted with the legislature, I am also going to request you, as a chairperson of the party, that for us to be able to mobilize for the party, we need the local councils to be included. We need our structures at local level to be included in the councils for them to be able to mobilize for the party, for them to be able to monitor government projects. Your Excellency, as a chairperson of the party, we have had challenges with the people with the PWDs, with the elders, with the veterans. I will also request, as a SEC member, that we have allowances and some jobs for people with disabilities, people who are veterans, and people who are old. Your Excellency, we have government programs, and these government programs are at the lower level. Now, in these government programs, we expect our people to monitor and follow on the programs. I will also request, as the chairperson of the party, that we give these local councils, these local structures, circles that can empower them, that can make them to have their own income generating powers. Members, delegates, today is the day that the Lord has made for NRM, that the Lord has brought a mobilizer, the Lord has brought a unifier. I want to thank all of you and request you to vote for Anita. When you vote for Anita, you're voting for a mobilizer. You vote for Anita, you vote for a unifying factor. When you vote for Anita, you're voting for a person to promote NRM up the ground. God bless you all.
Allô, allô, Vuvuzela, 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 please. Your Excellency, because of time, we could not allow our high-profile leaders to take more than 10 minutes. But good enough, they have presented themselves very well, and since we are still in power, they will continue talking to our people. May I now request Your Excellency to allow me and guests to also thank my staff. We are never thanked, but we are used to it. We are both hated and loved. So may I now request the staff who are going to handle the election to come forward, at least for the cameras to show them and the world to watch them in different media. The staff of the commission, could you step forward please, quickly, and we go and work. Remove that jacket. These smart ladies and gentlemen are the staff. Most of them are volunteers because the registrars don't get salary. They are members who have donated to the party. They have given their whole. We do our best. Now, with the senior leaders in front, can we take a photo? But can you first hurry up? Others, hurry up. Oh, there are still more coming. Your Excellency, as a school teacher, our motto is we work hard and we are paid later. But you have been paying at first, so we are not complaining so much. But we still request for more, like the Oliver twist. Can we wave to His Excellency and Mama and the digging? NRM oye! NRM oye! The staff oye! Doing elections oye! Transparency oye! Not taking bribes oye! Your Excellency, these are staff of the NRM Electoral Commission from the districts to the headquarters. We are now going to move to the side, and the principal elections officer should now allocate you your tents. But you know your regional tent. So could you go to the left? The cameras have enjoyed you, so move to the left and we start. We have delivered elections, all elections from the structure. This is the last. We must do our best so that we retain our jobs. Is that okay? Can you shout, hoye? Hey, okay. Reminder, the staff, you will guide your voters to the respective tents. I said, Karamoja, the former tent behind SEC, under Honorable James Tweheyo. The PW tent, also behind, will be Akigezi, Ankole, Rwenzori, Bunyoro, under Dr. Tanga himself. The veterans tent will be Teso, Bugisu, Sebei, Bukedi, Busoga, under Honorable Chano March. The tent for historical leaders will be for Masaka and Gureta Mubende and Mpiji. And the tent for the youth will be for the youth tent, will be for Acholi and Ilango delegates. Former woman tent for the Women League will be for Kampala and Wakiso. And former entrepreneurs tent will be for West Nile. I now request the delegates to move slowly to those tents. We shall start with roll call, and I request you to humbly be polite. Don't harass us. Declaration of results will be done when we are ready, either today or early tomorrow. Thank you, Your Excellency. I now beg to move. I'm told that most people are not hearing what I was saying, but I'm just going to repeat some key things Not all this I've said. I have no time because of time. Candidates can have posters because they cannot be in every polling station. But what we are discouraging is using those posters to campaign at this time of election. So if you have a portrait, a poster, that should be for your agent to actually represent you in that venue, but not to use posters as campaign as if we are not going to vote. Number two, the most vital are the polling stations. The polling stations, Karamoja will be in former elders tent behind SEC tent. Number two, Kigezi, Ankole, Rwenzori, Bunyoro will be in the tent behind the VIP and SEC and Muzei's tent. Then the veterans, the veterans tent behind the SEC will be Teso, Bugisu, Sebei, Bukedi, and Busoga. Then historical leaders forum tent, also behind SEC, will be for Gureta Luwero, Gureta Mukono, Gureta Masaka, Gureta Mubende, and Gureta Mpiji. Then former tent for Women League on the other side towards Wampeo. It will be for Greater Kampala and Wakiso. Then former youth tent also towards Wampeo will be for Acholi and Lango. Voting is by lining up. Candidates' names will be read out from the register. Candidates are urged to be patient to allow the commission to do its work. No intimidation of commission officials, no intimidation of electoral officials. For voting shall be done after all sub-counties, after all delegates have settled. I thank you. I'm the one who told you about it. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what has happened to our public address system today. People are saying they are not hearing. The most important is what I want you to hear. And this is now the most important. Polling stations. Delegates, polling stations, the tent which was for Elders League on the Protea side will be for Karamoja. The tent which is behind the SEC and Muzei's tent will be for Kigezi, Ankole, Rwenzori, and Bunyoro. The tent that should have what that was for veterans behind the VIP tent will be for Teso, Bugisu, Sebe, Bukedi, and Busoga. The tent which was for historical leaders forum will be for Gureta Luwero, Gureta Mukono, Gureta Masaka, Greater Mubende, and Mpigi. The tent that was for women will be for Greater Kampala and Wakiso. The tent that was for the youth will be for Acholi and Lango. The tent that was used by entrepreneurs will be for West Nile. Please guard your bags. Guard your bags. We had problems of thieves here yesterday. Guard your bags.
Basebo ne banyabo tweyanziza tweyanzeege mu tenti omwabadde elders mwe mugenda okubeera region ya Karamoja ng'egenda kukulirwa Honorable James Tweheyo. Omwabadde ba PWs oba abalina obulemu ku mubiri mugenda kubeerayo Kigezi, Ankole ne Lwenzooli. Bunyoro awo Dr. Tanga yagenda okuba ng'akulembedde. Awabadde ba veterans mugenda kubeera awabadde ba veterans eggulo mugenda kubeeramu Teso, Bugisu, Sebeyi, Bukedi, Busoga, ate omuntu agenda obakulembera Honorable Jachan Fred Omach. Omwabadde ba historicals eggulo mugenda kubeeramu Greater Luweero, Greater Mukono ne Greater Masaka ne Greater Mubende ne Mpigi. Agenda obakulemberamu agenda okubeera Ambassador Major Retired General Kinowe, James Kinowe. Omwabadde abakyala tente yabaddemu abakyala eggulo mugenda kubeeramu Greater Kampala ne Wakiso. Egenda kulemberwa Honorable Alisemera Jane Babiha. Ate tenti eyabaddemu abavubuka oba youth mugenda kubeeramu abantu okuva Choli ne Lango bagenda kulemberwamu Dr. Diriwazu Zaituni. Omwabadde entrepreneurs oba abasuubuzi mugenda kubeeramu West Nile ng'ekulembeddwa Honorable Auma Juliana. Okulonda kugenda kubeera kusimba nnyiriri ate ebivuddemu byakubeera nga birangirirwa nga mumaze okubigatta. Mabibi na mabwana, tunawakaribisha tena kwa tenti ya kwanza. Tenti ya kwanza ni tenti itakuwa na watu wa Karamoja, ndio wazee walikuwa jana. Tenti ile wazee walikuwa jana, kutakuwa Karamoja na kiongozi atakuwa James Tweheyo, Honorable James Tweheyo. Tenti yenye likuwa na PWs, watu wa Kigezi, Ankole, Rwenzori, Bunyoro, kiongozi atakuwa Dr. Tanga Odoi. Tenti ambao ilikuwamu maveterans jana watakuwa huko Teso, Bugisu, Sebei, Bukedi, Busoga na kiongozi atakuwa Honorable Jachan Fred Omaj. Na tenti ambayo ilikuwa na wa historicals patakuwa huko Luwero, Gureta Mukono, Gureta Masaka, Gureta Mubende, Mpiji. Tena kiongozi atakuwa Ambassador Major Retired James Kinobe. Tenti ya jana ambaye ilikuwa na wanawake ama na wamama, all women, patakuwa huko Greater Kampala pamoja na Wakiso. Kiongozi atakuwa Honorable Alisemela Jane Babiha. Tena tent ambaye ilikuwa na vijana ama chile kinaitwa youth, patakuwako Acholi, Lango, Acholi pamoja na Lango. Kiongozi atakuwa Diriwaru Zaituni. Tena tent ambayo itapokea watu wa West Nile ni tent ambayo ilikuwa na entrepreneur, wale wafanyaje wa pesa. West Nile ndiye itakuwa huko. Kiongozi atakuwa Honorable Auma Juliana Modest. Na kumaliza kupiga kura itakuwa kwa line. Alafu wakimaliza moja kwa moja mutahisabu kura moja kwa moja. Basebo na banyabu tulikubagambira mwena himuraze mwarugaha. Tenti yokubanza nahabire haliho ba elders ninga ba muzehi ahibabire bali nyomwazo. Haraza kuba haliho region ya Karamoja kandi araza kuba jebembire baramweta Honorable James Tweheyo. Tenti ya kabiri ne yabire limu ba PWs ninga bantu abino buli muhamubiri. Haraza kuba haliyo Kigezi, Ankole hamwe na Rwenzori na Bunyoro. Dr. Tanga Odoi ni wara abayebembire akakaruru. Then ahabire hali ba veterans. Tente janye mwaze yabire limu ba veterans. Haraza kuba haliho Teso, haliyo Teso, haliyo Bugisu, haliyo Sebei, haliyo Bukedi, haliyo Busoga, kandi araba bebembire ni Jachan Fred. Then tente yabire limu ba historicals nyomwazo haraza kuzamu Gureta Masaka, Ruwero na Gureta Mukono na Gureta Mubende hamwe na Mpigi. Gureta Ruwero, Gureta Mukono, Gureta Masaka, Gureta Mubende na Mpigi muraza kuba mwebembirwe Honorable Ambassador Major Retired James Kinove. Okay, aha mukono gwanje ahabire hari ba youth nyomwazo haraza kuba hariyo Acholi Lango kandi arabebembere baramweta Diriwaru Zaitun. Diriwaru Zaitun ni warabembera karurako. Akaruru karaza kutererwa mu nyiriri kandi twamara bakabale kabone kurangirirwa mwebale mnongo.
The Western IoT, where they've been put is dirty. They want to wear the workers.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I request cleaners to clear the tents because delegates are complaining, most especially where West Nile is supposed to be from is very, very dirty.
West Nile moves workers.
Wakiso
West Nile was supposed to wear the workers.
West Nile moves workers. Yeah.
Okay. Ushers, kindly direct delegates. When I read the tent where people are supposed to go, kindly direct them, because you know the tents which were occupied by veterans, youth, what yesterday. So direct delegates. Delegates are staff. Direct them. Mabibi na mabwana, ukiona Asha ni watu wenye wanavaa t-shirt za white, tafadhali waulize wakuelekeze mahali yako ya kupiga kura. Basebo ne banyabo bosanga Asha aja kuba yambadde ebintu ebyeru ngataddeko akakoti ka kyenvu oba ka reflector, mubuuze tenti yo weeri. Ushers, direct delegates, they are staff. Kanzire mumba somere. Tenti eyabaddemu ba elders eggulo. Tenti eyabaddemu ba elders eggulo eri ku mukono gwange ogwa kkono emabega ga tenti ya president. Kati eyo wajja kugendayo Karamoja ate ejja kuba ekulembeddwa Mwami James Tweheyo. Awabadde PWDs, awabadde abantu abayina obulemu ku mubiri eggulo, ba Asha mubabuuze babagambe kugendayo Kigezi, Ankole, Lwenzoli, Bunyoro, ate Dr. Tanga yagenda okubakulemberamu. Tenti eyabaddemu abantu abayina obulemu ku mubiri ba PWs eggulo kugenda kubeerayo Kigezi, Ankole, Lwenzoli ne Bunyoro. Agenda bakulemberamu agenda okubeera Honorable Odoi Tanga. Ba Ashers bwe muba temwabaddewo eggulo laba Asha akutwaleyo akulage gy'olina okugenda. Ba Asha baffe bambadde t-shirt enjeru nga bataddeko ka reflector oba ka apron akayero. Mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala. Omwabadde ba veterans tenti eggulo ewabadde ba veterans tenti eyo eri ku mukono gwange ogwa ddyo mu kibangirize muno mwe tuli yeri awali president egenda kubeeramu Teso Bugisu Sebeyi Bukedi Busoga. Omuntu agenda bakulembera mu kalula ako agenda kubeera Honorable Jachan Fred on March. Aha. Tent omwabadde ba historicals. Tent eyo egenda kubeeramu Gureta Masaka, Luwero, Gureta Mukono, Gureta Masaka ne Gureta Mubende wamu n'empigi. Omuntu agenda bakulemberamu ye Honorable Ambassador Major Retired James Kinobe. Tent emwabadde abakyala eggulu. Mumanyi nti abakyala babadde ne bakuba akalulu kaabwe. Mugenda kubeeramu Gureta Kampala and Wakiso. Omuntu agenda bakulemberamu agenda okubeera Honorable Alisemera Jane Babiha. Tent eyabaddemu abavubuka oba youth eggulo wagenda kugendayo abantu aba Acholi and Lango. Omuntu agenda bakulemberamu agenda okubeera Honorable Diriwali Zaitun. Tent eyabaddemu ba entrepreneur eri ku mukono gwange ogwa ddyo ba entrepreneur omukono gwange ogwa ddyo owabadde ba historicals yeyo awabadde akalulu akabadde akakasameme mukategedde eri ku mukono gwange ogwa ddyo ba historicals eri ku mukono gwange ogwa kkono emabega president gyali watudde
damo bagamba ba historicals siyena ntizabayona lwatuizo bagamba abamu babulidde ku wano basoma kano bagambe nti si wano wabula eri emabega wa president nyamba bantu mukwano gwange
kati omwabadde ba entrepreneur ku mukono gwange ogwa ddyo kugendayo West Nile nga bagenda kubeera nga bakulembeddwa Auma Julian Modest. Okukuba akalulu kujja kubeera
It's happy time, bathing time, Bulira bulungi, I feel so nice, sing cha 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 cha, again cha 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 cha,
ono ye kyogero waffe kafulumu kujjanjaba endwadde ez'ensusu zonna mu bato n'abakulu gamba ng'embalabe obuwere ebiguuna kyogero habo soap ne kyogero habo jeri biri mu sayizi ez'enjawulo ennene n'entono bisangibwa mu maduuka gonna mu ggwanga kyogero ly'essuubi ly'ensusu zaffe.
Ono ye tano okuva mu Uganda National Lottery. Wewangulire kavu awerera ddala obukadde 10 buli dakiika 5. Akazannya akapya katandika buli dakiika 5 okuva ku ssaawa 12:45 ez'okumakya. Load namba zo ozisibeko obagenda ku quick pick okusobola okwetaba mu kazannyo mbagirawo. Sanya ng'oyita mu agenti ne ku mutimbagano obanyiga *278# ku ssimu yo. Wewangulire awatali kulinda na kulonzalonza. Akazannyo ka 5 kabeera live.
Uganda National Lottery. Dream
Play, win. Participants must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The Uganda National Lottery is operated by Ituba Uganda and regulated by the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. AZAM TV banna mu byokunyumirwa okulaba TV bongedde ebirungo mu mpeereza yaabwe nate. Funa kit ya AZAM TV ku $8 gyokka. Kituufu ddala $8. Oba funa dikoda ya AZAM TV ku $4 gyokka. Ke kaseera okwemala eggoga ne La Liga, Italian Serie A, German Bundesliga, Liigi ya Saudi Arabia ne Carabao Cup. Ku AZAM Plus ne Play Package mu HD. Nyumirwa ebinna Uganda ku Kyamuka TV. Ku AZAM Pure ku $13 zokka buli mwezi. Nyumirwa ebyemizannyo ebya buli kika ne AZAM TV. Ekyasinze okuba ebbeeyi layisi wano. Genda wa agent waffe yenna oba okube ku ssimu nooti 328 omanye ebisingawo.
AZAM TV, entertainment for everybody.
Otaferwa aha tayari west.
Tuzakuli sente yo mu kishu. Noyetagisa ki?
Noyetaga ebintu bibiri kubanza wamanye ebintu bibiri ekiba kweta passion nico cyo kubanza. Aha kuba otine rukundo y'ekintu tukakitandika. Ekindi ente zo mu kizu tukugirisa kugira ngo ozirise nka